pattern here. Okay, so let's quickly set some things up. Let me make this one. Let me check if the desktop is in order. Yep, looks like it. We need that. We need that. Okay, got that here. So don't have any chat yet. We can turn that on in just a tiny second. Okay, we have that. We use that. Okay. Okay, it's Thursday. The week's almost over. We can have some fun. So the first thing we want to do today is we want to check the key promoter. Already got it here. Probably we should first check on GitHub. So let's look here. Where is it? There you go. Yep, this one. Okay. This function does no longer work, so press alert for this shortcut. Really? Okay, so we will check this out. Yeah. Let me give you some desktop. Okay. Well, that's weird. Okay, so we can look at this in just a second. So IntelliJ platform Gradle. Okay, let's see what it did here. Okay. Unpinned resolves to latest. raises on parallel verify, closed file system exception, whatever, because that's okay. So I don't even do anything on the file system. Can't read. Okay, layout fails. So this is probably something I can bring up. So yeah, so this hasn't been touched for a very long time. Key promoter X startup notification is now plugin manager get. Okay, I mean that in general it looks pretty solid here. The only thing we want to do is we probably want to check before we continue, because we got a generator. I should have the link, but in fact I don't. So I think the easiest one is to go here to new project, and then we can navigate to plugin, and here we have the server URL. So and I think that's the real one. So what I want to check is, yeah, sure, analyze. So what I want to check is what versions they are using. So this is set here. Then let's check settings. Here we go. So this is changelog, awesome plugin. It's that, because probably we want to be in agreement with what happens here. Okay. So Gradle. We don't have any tests anyway here in that thing. Okay, so let's compare. So here it says changelog 25, JVM 2220, and IntelliJ platform settings is 216. So okay, so what's here? 216 is correct. Okay, so let's just do the following. So this looks good to me, right? That's probably something that has changed and I didn't notice. So I'm pretty sure that is correct as well, because I haven't seen that in a long time. We have to refer to some. So that should probably. So yeah, it's Maven Central. Okay, so probably we want to do it exactly like this, but I think it's pretty nice that someone took the time to create a pull request for that. So we will just go ahead and merge that one. So it's weird that we need a plugin verifier. So okay, so what does my current setup say? Okay, we got that. Let's check. I'm on master, one file, probably changelog, exactly. Okay, got that. So and then what does it say if we go to IntelliJ platform and then verify plugin? So I think it needs to download the verifier first. Let's see what happens here. Okay. In the meantime, meantime, let me check my Twitch channel. Okay. And so
subscribe to.
Okay, let's pin that. Okay, got that. So okay. All right, so it's downloading the verifier. It got that right, and now it needs IntelliJ IDEA. Obviously, I didn't have that, so probably I didn't verify this specific one. Just thought that it's okay if it's done on the marketplace side, but that's fine. So the okay, so we will take care of the pull request, and after that, I want to check out how we can do error reporting. I just want to turn on the marketplace error reporters. I'm pretty sure that I'm almost certain that the key promoter doesn't throw exception, because it really does nothing than just listening to what the IDE does, and there shouldn't be an exception. But anyway, we still want to enable that. And what that will give us is, okay, so can I show that? Give me 1 second, and I try to. So we had this here. Let's make it like this. Okay. Is there something on screen? I think it's not. Okay, probably I should sign in. Christ. Okay, so okay, I got it. So I think yeah, so this is what it looks for me, right? The marketplace side of the key promoter. So I can add the screenshots, and there's stuff here, and everything is open source anyway. So we got the versions, the reviews, and the analytics and stuff. Right, what's here? Download trend, 120,000 downloads in April. And it's unique also. If I make it ununique, which means I guess that I'm not sure what unique really means. Is it the same person on different machines? Or is it, so uniqueness of downloads is specified by the unique user ID. If a user has made several downloads within a specified period of time, those downloads are displayed as one download. Okay, understand. So if I turn this off, we had almost 200,000 downloads in April. Okay, but so what we want to do is basically we want to turn on error reporting to this plugin site that I have access to as the maintainer. And then when really an exception is thrown, I get a nice message here, and I see the details of the exception. I can access the stack traces and everything, and then that makes it easy for me to debug the stuff and fix it. So that's what we're going to do right after we merged the pull request. Christ, I hope the connection is not too bad while I'm downloading. Should be fine. And it should also be big enough, is it? 150, come on, which is okay. So, how's everyone's Thursday? If you're here in chat, just say hi. Otherwise, I just talk to the void. It's also fine. Christ, it downloads all the versions, right? So basically, the verifier tries to check binary compatibility with all the IDE versions that the plugin can run on. So that also means that it downloads basically every major version. So you see here we got now 2025.2 and so on. We got this is basically 2026.1, 2026.2. That wasn't a good idea, but let's see. So while this is downloading, we see that here, yeah. Okay, so if I format it, so that's the only complaint I have for the editor, that doesn't auto indent this stuff. So if I do it like this, and is that allowed? Yeah, it is. So what things we got here? So drum machines. So this is Lindrum. Let's take the offset out of and the copying of the stuff first. Also the low pass filter. And there's also the delay. Let's so this shaker sounds really nice. So let's say const shaker is, and then I think we can do something like sound. Then we say shaker, and then we can say on which beat we want to have it. So maybe we should turn off the, where's that one? Going crazy otherwise. So beat, I could say something like make it on the first, third, fifth, and so on. And I think I need to tell it it's 16. So, and then I can say bank. So it's Lindrum, but not capitalized. I'm not sure if that's important. And then here we can say stack shaker. So how do we make an array with just all odd numbers. I think there was run for a discrete pattern of numbers. Okay, so probably we want generators here. How do I get the, okay, so generators, so this is, okay, so when I remove everything from the search, I get all the tags here. So I can go generators, and we had run, and I thought probably there's something with iteration, inverted triangle. No, it's not. Base, what's a base? Creates a pattern of numbers in base B for a number or pattern. Ooh. Can I do something like I take that here, copy it, go to the console? I can't. Oh, I thought that maybe I have a way to. Can I print something in that thing? What does the console show? Is there some print? Let's see, reference. Do we have? Okay, so that was 2 minutes we had. I think it's done. No, it's not done. It's still not done. No. I have no clue about JavaScript. What is debug print? Console, I think, was right. There's a console command. Control. Okay, so console print is not a function. That's too bad. JavaScript console print. Console log. Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay, and then check the console here. There is no hello here. Okay, so let's take the shakers out here. So this one that needs to go, and this one needs to go, and this one needs to go. Why does speed not do what I think it should do? Oh, yes, it needs a comma. Okay. So, okay, comma. Uh, 15, right? Too much. And it's probably too loud. And let's say I want to say, I'm not sure if that's possible, but let's look. So the bank goes here. I don't want that one, but I want to stack it here on this point. Shaker. So, and then I should be able to take it out here. And then the shaker gets the delay and the stuff as well. Make it a very, very big. It's far too decay. Still downloading, by the way. I'm not procrastinating. I think we got, I don't know, 150 versions now. I should have done that before streaming. I just forgot. what does it say here? So there is something. Oh God. There's so many log messages. IntelliJ platform commercial verifier has some non-existent class path elements. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that should not be me. That's all not me. So I think that's what the PR is doing. I can't even read my verification report. So finished. Okay. Okay. And it's still going on. So what version of the verifier are we using? 1.47. So what did the pull request actually say? 1.41. Okay. Okay. So plugin can probably be enabled or disabled without IDE restart. One usage of deprecated API, which is this one, and abstract button set label. And this is not me. I think that's the designer who does that, because I don't have any set label in my code, but the designer, that not in resources but here, the tool window designer, this one, right? So it does that. Okay, so we can ignore that. So this is the same one, this is the same one, this is the same one. So okay, okay, so I think we're good to go to merge that. Okay, I want to copy that here, conversation. I can't do it here. Oh, I need my repositories and key promoter X. Okay, 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 so we need that one here. So let's go to pull requests and say thanks a lot for the PR. Looks good to me. And it said that we have to pin the verifier version like this. I will merge your PR, investigate what's going on with the plugin verifier, and probably tune some more stuff according to make a comma, it's good. Okay, so let's get this changed then. I didn't squash it, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, then we can probably okay, then we can run this again. Let's try Gradle Verify plugin. That's it. Go ahead. And now it's using the 1.401. So we got, I hope we got all IDEs now. And in the meantime, I can probably write a message. You have to live with my face for a second. So I need to go here somewhere. What's going on with the verifier ? Question mark. Through a million log messages, not related to me. And I had a friendly PR for the key promoter that pinned the verifier version to 1.401 to get rid of it. Let's link the so we got that. There you go. Okay, does it do anything? It's running for 3 minutes. Okay, looks good. At least we didn't. No. Oh no, but that. No, that's still the same messages, is it?
Hello, my friend.
Good morning or good evening. Hey, Severin. I just needed to check who was writing. I didn't have the chat open. How's life? I can turn on so that I'm not that prominent. Oh, I'm still big on the screen. I'm not looking over it. Okay.
Life could be a lot better. Got some terrible medical THIGS going on.
Ah, so it's not getting better? Christ, and the weather is so nice outside. And you have to battle your health.
I view as streamboo. Com. Stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. So I was mostly stuck in the office, in my office this week, although the weather was really, really nice outside. So it's, I don't know, it's over 30 degrees Celsius here. It's crazy hot. I like it.
It is what it is.
Yeah. So where am I using internal API? One usage of internal API. Deprecated. Okay, so what? I think, but I thought that that was fixed, right? It's a startup. This method is marked as internal, and in what version? In 2026.1. So I'm not allowed to do any startup notification anymore. Project activity. Find enabled plugin. So this is an internal method, and I think that's the one that that Mirko changed. So I think that's is it? Wait, so find enabled plugin. So this is 2026.1. We don't have the platform source code. Deprecated and API status internal. Okay. But no, that's not it. Wait, what? Now I'm confused. No, not this one. That one. So this is internal. So we're using 2026.1. So that here should be the source code of 2026.1. So that is not internal, is it? Okay, so deprecated bad API. Sorry, please use plugin manager core and then something. Okay. Plugin manager core and then something else. Okay. So let's do it like this. And here we say plugin manager core get instance so what we got here, get plugin, find plugin, so get plugin. So then we use something like plugin ID, get ID, and then we just copy it, not make. Okay. Find enabled plugin. Get loaded plugins. Returns descriptors of plugins which are successfully loaded into the IDE. The result is sorted in a way that each plugin comes after the plugins it depends on. Okay. So what did find enable plugin really do? Get disable plugins. Enable, find enable. So plugin manager core, get plugin set. Okay, so we will use exactly this. And we don't need to because it already does it. So find enable plugin. Okay, so let's use this. Like that, and then we say this here, take that and put it here. Now it says something weird. Mark this internal. Okay, so really hard. Okay, again, so get plugin set. Is there something that's not internal? So we had something like So Severin, if you're still here, I plan to build a small spectrometer. So I already took apart a DVD that we need for scattering the light and made some measurement, and it turns out, and yesterday I tried to, I mean, I knew that it didn't work, but so it wouldn't work.
I am here.
Yeah. I knew that it wouldn't work, but I tried to make the, okay, so maybe I start from the beginning. So wait, I need some tool. And of course, there are a million YouTube videos already out there. So if you take a DVD, right, and you make a cut into it, you can separate basically this. Let's see if we can see that. Bam. You can separate the shiny thing, right? And it has basically these small tracks on there that are basically invisible, and they are very tiny. So I think I have it somewhere on a sheet of paper. There you go. Still here. So yeah, I think the tracks are 740 nanometers apart, and basically so the term I'm using is wrong. I don't know, it's not scattering, it's something else in German. And why am I not in focus? So that is bothering. I want to be at least my best self. So okay, so I'm leaning, if I'm sitting here, so wait, I need to check this first. Okay. Still in focus. Okay, I don't know. So right, and
Diffusion grating.
yeah, exactly. So, and basically what I did is I got a laser here, a green one. It's, I think, 532 nanometers. And so I did the calculation how much it should basically divert the light, right? And it turns out perfectly. So maybe I can show that even. So what do you see if I look on the screen? Okay, you see that, you see that. And probably my headrest is a good one. Not like this, the other way. So like this. Right, so you can basically really measure. So let's see if okay, this is not visible at all. But the thing is that, okay, I can't show it, right? But basically the first maxima you get, I measured them and it turns out perfectly. So, and there are lots of tutorials how to build a cardboard spectrometer. And essentially, you're just using a small slit, an opening, and then you have the grating here. And then you have either a peak hole where you can look into it, or you have a small camera in there. And I thought I can print something like that for the kids, but no one showed too much interest. So I put that a bit at the side. Yeah, but that was also something I was looking into. And then we could look onto, I don't know, LED lights or the Christ, I just don't know too many words. I don't know all the words I need. The
Sorry,
neon
Tov.
lights. Sorry, TOV. I don't know what TOV means. Sorry, Tov.
Hear that the kids weren't interested.
Ah, yeah, it's okay. I mean, they were kind of interested, right? But I need passion for that, because then we need to design a box or some other like thing that we can build into, and I would probably buy a small camera, a small Raspberry Pi camera, and then we could really make it great. And then we could burn different stuff, or we could look into, I don't know, different lights. We got lots of LED lights, but we also got these neon lights. It's not called neon lights, it's the light, not the light bulbs, but that have a very specific line pattern. Yeah. Okay, so we need to get, for some, so anywho, we need to get a way to find if our plugin is enabled. Is compatible, is in, clear plugin, get plugin, non-load reason, prepare plugin error, is vendor by JetBrains, no, find plugin by platform, no, looks like platform, no, that's all of it, is loaded. So this is experimental, and it just does this here. It casts it to idea, plugin, descriptor, implementation, and then it can ask is loaded. And what does it say here? Okay, so is loaded, plugin ID. Okay, so let's see. So can I do
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Now let's just first get the ID out. Key promoter, plugin ID, and then we should be able to say plugin manager core. Get rid of that here, and is the font big enough? I don't know. It's 150. It looks okay to me, but so, and then is loaded, right? That's what we're is loaded, and then we can pass in our plugin ID, and then we can give that a meaningful name. Key promoter is loaded, and we can say so, and then we need to take care of that here. So we need to get the plugin descriptor anyway. Probably we should do that inside here. So let's say get plugin, and it's again experimental. It's deprecated. What can we use instead? Use plugin manager core, get plugin, plugin ID. Didn't I do that? No. Okay. core. And then we have the problem that there is no get version. Really? What does it say here? Method invocation get version may produce null pointer exception. Okay. This is, oh, that's still Java. Okay, that's still Java. That's still Java. So, oh God. So if that's not null, okay, so now we do it the other way around. If this is null, return. May produce a null pointer exception. So do I need to, what? Here it says it's null safe. Marker annotation for strings that don't require localization but still could be displayed in the UI. Oh, it's not null, it's something else. Avoid NLS safe. Just suppress the hard-coded string inspection warning. But I mean, that wouldn't change anything, right? I can do that. If plugin. Oh, okay. So we never checked that plugin is not null. So let's do that. If plugin is null, then we return. And then this goes away, and that should be fine here. And so settings get installed version. So settings get installed version gives us basically the saved version. And here we can say, now we can do like something like plugin dot get version. And we can say version. And no, wherever this is coming from, it's not the right one. So, okay, and then we need to clean that up because that looks awful. So let's go through it again. So first we get the ID. This can never be, so what happens if, happens if the ID is... Yeah, go away. Go away. Nope. Plugin ID, get ID. Okay, so let's run the verifier again. So how do you call the lamps that are tubes that have a gas in it that gets basically electrified and starts to glow? We call it something like neon tube, but usually neon tube refers to the colorful things and not the white ones.
0.
We call them 0? No. That was a joke, right? I always forget to turn on the desktop again.
Sorry, phone butt press.
So you're watching me on the phone? Really? I never do that. So I'm rarely on my phone, I think. And what I never do is, so I hate watching, for instance, YouTube on my phone. I don't know why.
At the moment, yes.
I don't know why I don't like it, because nice, failed. Compatibility problems, internal API usages.
Not really watching, but listening.
Yeah, you can listen. It's fine. So what's the word for the neon tubes that are white? Is there a special word in English?
I don't like it either.
So I believe, most likely, compatibility problems. So one deprecated, one deprecated, one deprecated. Deprecated, deprecated, deprecated.
Fluorescent.
Yes. Fluorescent light or fluorescent tubes. So you are telling me that in 2026.2, plugin manager get plugin is also internal. Oh God. So what does it do? It uses find plugin. Okay. Find plugin is already internal. I cannot access plugin set, I think. So plugin set is also internal. This is good. This is brilliant.
Ugh, code Apis changed so fast.
Yeah. So, I mean, the only thing we want to do, so it's really weird, right? The only thing we want to do here is...
Particularly plug-in Apis.
Yeah. Why can't it say Apis? Type something again and capitalize API for me, please. Does it still say Apis? I'm sure I can do it myself, right? Should have a... here we go. Here we go. This one.
Apis are not a word it understands.
It seems so. Why? What? API.
Say API.
Ah, see, I need to make a space between it. But that is weird, right?
API.
Good one. What happens if we say something like ew?
EWWW.
What? I think that's really. So how do you spell? No, spell dislike in chat. I hope it understands it. Oh Christ, of course not. Thumbs down.
Applicatio, N programmer's interface.
Oh Christ. Dislike. Ew. Okay, to spell dislike or convey disgust using the popular slang ew in chat, you can type it as ew.
Phone types not helping.
No, I know. I hate this as well. You hate it as well, right? So, I don't know. Typing something on my phone, especially if I need to type in a password, it drives me crazy. So, so I feel like this.
EW.
No. we really need to work on the and I haven't given up on it because it essentially it works on.
Oh yes, it is brutally painful.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. My kids, they sit there all the time typing, right? So even when I'm messaging someone, I got my Telegram on the computer. I got, I don't know, WhatsApp on the computer, so that they can use a keyboard and type at a sufficient speed. So it can't say disgust. What about this year?
Nauseated face.
Nauseated face. Oh, that's good. What's this?
Face vomiting.
What? Face vomiting. Okay. But it can probably say yuck.
Yuck.
And ick?
Ick.
Ah, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. And what about
Ugh.
Ugh. No. Okay. So we're faced with a problem. So the only thing we want to do here is, it's so simple, right? So users have the plugin already installed. They have a certain version on it, right? And when they install an update, the only thing I do is I show one
A computer keyboard is practically a second skin for me, but a cell phone keyboard is like trying G to type in a shoebox.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. So, right, and the only thing I want to do here is to get basically the version of the plugin of the update, compare it to the one that's installed, and if it's bigger, because this action runs on every startup. And if it's bigger, right, we got a new version, I show a small dialog and I say, hey, you got a new update. Great. And then I just store the new version in the settings. So, okay, and this is the point where the brilliant capabilities of an AI agent who can search for a million lines of code will become handy. So that's what we do. Okay, so clear that up. We want a big profile, so that's the talk. Big writing? No, talk. Okay, take this one. That's a bit too big, like this. Okay. So then we want to go to workspace, projects, IntelliJ key promoter. Oh, there's a J. Probably not like this. Key promoter X. Okay. Looks good. So please read source startup notification.java, exactly that one, and understand that the only thing I'm trying to do is check the version of the loaded plugin, which can be a new version after an update. Exclamation mark. Compare it to the version I have stored in the settings. If it is indeed an update that happened, I want to show a small dialog and store the newly installed version into settings. Now I'm running into serious problems with the IntelliJ platform API, because the methods and functions I'm trying to use are internal. So
does IntelliJ have a plugin similar to VS Code's ridiculous coding?
I don't know. I don't know the I don't know what the ridiculous thing is in VS Code, to be honest. What does it do? And you have to type that on your phone. I'm grabbing some ice. Come back in half an hour. I'm so sorry. Let me get some ice. I'm back in 1 second. I don't even turn anything on.
I'm on computer now. There is a plugin.
You cheat.
Ridiculous coding is a silly plugin that makes all sorts of visual effects while you're coding. Mainly used for streaming.
Ah, maybe I saw that one. So it does something like where the cursor is and you type something, maybe it flashes the or blurs the whatever letter for a second, something like this. Okay, we can check it. We can check it out. Ridiculous coding. Ah, so it's also.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me copy the link. So this is my thing. Where is that one? Here we go. So yeah, I've seen that one. Oh god, that is, oh my goodness. Nah, I'm not sure we need that. So what I do like is there are some editors who have a very.
It is obviously terrible if cranked up all the way.
Yeah. So there are some editors who have basically a very slick and smooth typing experience. Not a typing experience, right? But as basically the letters don't appear like click, 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 click when I type them, but they more like flow onto the screen, if that's the right word. So I like this, but that's awful. How many downloads does it have? Reviews? 1,000 downloads. Okay. I like it, but I'm not biased. I like it, but I am not biased. Okay. Everything seems fine. Everything seems fine, except for when you hold down backspace, it causes the UI to lag, even freeze. I suspect this is caused trying to render an unlimited number of explosion animations. I like it, and I'm less biased than Bryant.
This version is probably a lot more terrible than the VS Code version.
I think so too. Right, because I mean on VS Code, I guess it's everything web stuff, so it's made for this kind of thing. VS Code, ridiculous coding. So no, oh, it's unfortunate. I thought we had some images or some. Do we see how often it was downloaded here? Okay. Okay. Good. So we need to send this one off. I'm trying to think if we should first update my IntelliJ platform researcher, because then it works on the
Sorry,
latest.
just was an odd tangent.
Yeah. So you switched to the computer now. So I was wondering, honestly, I was wondering when you wrote ridiculous coding is a silly plugin that makes it, and so on and so forth. I thought, okay, so you had to type all that on your phone. I'm really sorry. You secretly snuck to the computer. So big talk. I need to change that it opens in this ridiculous size. So I think it's in workspace, and then we have IntelliJ sources. Yeah. So okay, and then we excuse me, we want to say, okay, run git pull pi and track carefully what changed. After that, check the task description in update agents and ensure all information are updated. Go. So, and what it does basically, so I have a so what I do have is just a directory with the open source IntelliJ platform code, with our SDK docs, with grammar kit, with all the stuff that's usually needed when developing plugins, right? And I keep that basically up to date. And then I have an agent who knows how to search this repository, and then I get exact information out without that it starts to guess, or estimate, or generate wrong answers. And I can show you in action in a second when this is done. Okay, so we can prepare that here. So I tried different ways, and in fact you can check the last commit, the last committed version, but at some point I'm always running into some method that I can't use as a third party developer. So your task is to use IntelliJ Research quick. So no missing paths, everything's up to date. Okay, good. Then we can close that down. Good. So your task is to use IntelliJ Research quick and investigate if there is a way to do what I'm trying to do. Without using any internal marked methods. Go. So I guess it will look on the file first.
Or deprecated.
Christ, that was 1 second too late. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, and you're totally right. Without using any deprecated or internal marked methods. Go. That was a good point. Thank you. So if we don't take ages for that here, then I want to get my Raspberry Pi 2040 out and want to set up a small project so that it compiles, because I have a plan with a friend to create something like the Stream Deck button thing, right? Where you can use basically buttons to have extra buttons to control. For instance, right now, if I'm switching the scenes in OBS, I have very specific key bindings, which is, I don't know, Control and then the Meta key and then the numpad, right? But still, so if I do that, you see there's a 0 in in the console. So and I can't map them to anything that is understandable. So we want to build a small button box that has extra buttons and acts basically as a second keyboard. And it's only an idea. It's not so, but I did some research, so you can get pretty nice buttons that have a small display in them. And I got some microcontroller stuff anyway. And I think, so I'm really not up to date there, but there is a library that's called USB Tiny or Tiny USB. I have no clue how this works, so I would need to look into it. And I'm still unsure if I should write the code or generate the code, because I'm pretty sure I can get it to do exactly what I want. Because if I try to understand all the things about USB and the devices and the serial numbers and how it's connected, different modes and stuff, it will take ages. But yeah, but so I could start with just setting up a project so that we can compile
Honestly,
something.
that is the type of thing that vibe coding might be very good for.
But, right, so at the end of the day, what did I learn then, right? I learned that I can type a prompt because I have a clear understanding of what I want to do, but I have no clue how it actually works, right? On the other hand, do I really need to know how USB works? I don't know. So yes, you're right. It's exactly the thing. But I kind of...
Yep,
right?
I feel the same way. Depends on your goals.
Yeah. So, and what will people do in 5 years or in 10 years, right? When the next generation comes from, I don't know, university or something. And they did that their whole life. So would it work the same way? Because I have kind of a clue what I want to do and how it works in general, because at some point I probably coded something with USB, right? But all the knowledge is missing, and I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it will work out at some point. So, okay, so, and what it's doing basically, it's, okay, so it investigated the file, and now it has a specific understanding of what the problem is, and then it starts a sub-agent, and the sub-agent is going through the IntelliJ platform code. And I updated the IntelliJ platform code so that it works on the master branch, basically, because then we know something that will still work in 2 months. And we probably have a clue if there is a trend to internalize all the methods we're trying to use here, and if there's any way to do it. So, and we can check here what the sub-agent is doing. Let's go up. So you're researching IntelliJ platform, blah, 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 evidence, project context. Wants to do exactly this at startup. Read the current loaded plugin version and so on. Compare it with the version string persisted in plugin settings. Okay. Constraints. Do this without using any deprecated API and without using any API marked internal, private for platform use. Current code uses that. Current startup code, excerpt, question to answer, and then it goes. And this works very well, but it's expensive, right? So we already used 88K tokens just for the research stuff. And that's the downside. So 90,000 tokens, and we're good to go. And then basically we get our answer here. So yes, You can do this without deprecated or internal API. Conclusion. Using plugin aware on your project activity, let the platform inject your plugin's plugin descriptor and read the current version from plugin descriptor get version. Then compare, Then compare it to the version persisted in key promoter settings, show your dialog if and so on, and store the newest version. There's no supported public API for what version was installed before the update, okay? The supported pattern is exactly persist last seen version yourself and compare it to the current installed version at startup. Okay, so open API extensions, plugin aware, plugin descriptor, get version. Okay, well, not to use plugin manager core. Okay. Important findings. Plugin manager core get plugin is not acceptable for third-party use.
BRB.
Be right back. Yeah, go. I'm just mumbling to myself. It's all fine. Is not acceptable for third-party use in 2026.1 because it's marked internal. Yeah, we saw that. Plugin Manager Core is loaded, is public and not deprecated, but for your own startup activity, it's redundant. If your activity is running, your plugin is already loaded. I know, but I think, yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? But for some reason, I thought we need it, but we obviously don't. And that's what I was wondering before, right? Because I had this check here that says, okay, so the installed version is not null, and then it's loaded. But right, if the code runs, it's obviously loaded. Okay, so your current plugin get ID is fragile. Key promoter X is currently your plugin name, not an explicit plugin ID in plugin XML. I know, and I did the grave mistake of not setting the plugin ID when I published it, and that meant I get one assigned that can never be changed for all infinity in the future. Yeah, I can't declare it because then it's not the same plugin. Okay, so it uses here plugin aware. So I'll move this over. So it's DOM aware project activity and it's plugin aware. Okay, so now we can have so then we have to implement the method set plugin. So I think we move that up to here. And then let's check docs. So is called by extensions framework when extension is loaded from plugin. If this method is implemented in a bean class extension point and also exposes the stored plugin description via method, you must annotate the later with transient to ensure that serialization engine won't try to deserialize this property. Okay, so I guess you must annotate, okay. So we have got something like private plugin descriptor, my plugin descriptor, okay. And then we can say my plugin descriptor is plugin descriptor, and then it complains about something, but never accessed. We will change that in a few seconds. So Okay, so it says here, so if it's in unit test mode or plug-in descriptor is null, then we return null.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, so then we got the settings. We get the settings here. We get the installed version from the setting, and now, wait, it's really easy actually. So now I can say, is that a string? Current version is this. I got it. So we can forget everything here, I guess. And this is probably, that's better. So this is the stored version. That makes much more sense. So we can get rid of all that here. Okay. So we don't need anything at all. So the only thing I'm a bit confused about, because that worked, is that this is the other way around. So we got the stored version and the current version. So what does compare do? Compare two version strings. See Team City documentation, one requirement, blah, blah, blah. 0 if version 1 equals version 2. Okay. Positive if version 1. Okay, so it changed my. Okay. And negative if version 1 is smaller than version 2. That's basically the situation we have here. That's why we compare for negative. But we can surely switch that around and say stored version. And then we say something like if we can move that up. So if this is bigger than 0, set installed version current version. Okay, so that's the if here. This can go. So can anything else be null? Let me check. Ah, yeah, okay. Of course, first time installing the stored version will be null. Okay, so if stored version is not null, and let's do this, but if the stored version is null, we need to set the installed version, definitely. Right, so we can just override it every time. That looks much better. Get rid of all the includes. So that being said, if we now go, so first close that down here. We don't need that. Let's go here to Gradle properties. No, I think I changed everything. So here we got. So let's say this is version 2, 2026.2, and rerun the IDE. There you go. Then we get this thing here. We can close it down. And it should work. So, yeah. So, and if we close that down and run it again, it should be stored in the sandbox. So now we shouldn't see. So now we don't see the notification. Great. Okay, got that. Okay. That doesn't look too bad. So we could change log. So now let's take care of the build script. First we run the verifier, plugin verifier. So now it should work. As long as we're only we here, I think I can turn this off, restream chat. And we have voice to, text to voice anyway. Okay. And the only thing we can run into is that in the very old versions, like this is 2024, so that's already so long ago. So let's start at the very top. So this is 2024 compatible. It's compatible. It's been there for a very long time, plugin aware.
Yay.
Yay. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. So let's lock that in. So we did change the version here. Let's keep that we will do that later. So make startup message future proof. So I think it wants me to use a dash here. Okay, so commit that. And of course I forgot to add it to the changelog. Unreleased. Okay. Rework API, not rework, I don't know, fix API usage in startup message to avoid deprecation and internal warnings. Okay, so we got that. Let's amend this one and commit. Okay. So now we have that. All right, so the other thing we need to do is I want to have an error reporter in case I ever throw an exception. The plugin really doesn't do anything, so it should never throw an exception, but it's really easy to add this. So let's close all tabs. Then I can use that probably in a video where I explain it. So let's go here. And it's in resources and then in the plugin XML. So, oh God, why is notification group? Okay, no, I don't want to do that. So post startup activity default, and then we can say here error handler implementation JetBrains marketplace error submitter. That's the only thing, and that should be fine. So okay, and then we say actions, and we go here, and I just want to have a thing that I don't commit. Let's say, let's put it directly here. Come on, we just want it for a test. Is there an action that I can, okay, I can say action. So key promoter error, and that one, no, we don't want to add it. And in the action performed, we just say throw, I don't know, runtime exception. This is a test exception. So I think we need to register that one. Name, we say key promoter error, doesn't need a description, doesn't need to go anywhere, we can just invoke it. So, and then I should have gone here, there it is. All right, we got that. So what we can do now, I don't even know if it compiles because I think everything's in Java here. I just added a Kotlin class. Okay, we don't care. It will work. And then we can say run IDE. So and let's just, for the sake of visibility, say appearance, and say islands. Ooh, bright. Perfect. And then let's just say zoom. Make it 150. What happened here? Exception in. What? Service container, action manager. Okay, so I did screw up the action, and it's good because it instantly shows the error. And I can now go to report the third-party plugin. But first, I want to know what I did wrong. So let's take the stack trace here. Come up here to code, analyze stack trace or thread dump. Yes. Okay. So now we can look here. So I did something wrong somewhere. Plugin class loader, service container. So it seems it's the way I'm here, that one. Okay, so, and I know, okay, so probably it's because that one is Kotlin. Can I somehow turn that into Java, please? Just for now. Java, please. Convert pasted Java code to Kotlin. No, no, no. I want the other way around. Ah, come on. Refactor, no. Well, surely we can. No, no save delete. Key promoter error. So I want a new action. Action. Okay, so I think I need to do this. So it will, if I say new action, it will create a Kotlin class. So key promoter error class. No, don't add it. Extends an action. I think that it's an abstract class. Yeah, it is. Okay, yes, action performed. So, and here we say throw new runtime exception. This is a test exception. Perfect. So, now let's try that again. First,
I'm not terribly familiar with Kotlin. Are there ABI inconsistencies even though it runs on the JVM?
Yeah, it's not that, right? So it works usually perfectly. So you can have Java and Kotlin mixed together. It's not a problem. I think calling something, calling basically Kotlin from the Java side is weird. Never needed that, but the other way around usually works pretty great. And you can also annotate your Kotlin code so that it's compliant with what Java expects, right? But I didn't set up the whole thing here is not set up for Kotlin. At least I didn't do it because everything is in Java and was in Java. So I guess what it didn't find is just the class. It just didn't find the class. But we will see if we start it now. Token channels, changelog, HTML. No, it's not it. So let's go back to plugin. Just verify that this is correct. So
oh, that makes sense. It can't find the CLion class.
yeah. So
without rigging things for CLion support.
yeah, exactly. So that's my guess. I'm not exactly sure, right? So let's try it again and run this. So now it seems to be okay. Okay, so what we can do here is basically, so we implemented an action now in Java, and the only thing the action does is it throws an error that is not caught, and it's caught by the platform. So if I go here and search for the action, which is key promoter error, right? I can just run it, bam, and then I get an error message, and here I can say details and submit report. Okay, so now I can say report to third-party plugin. It looks weird, but I'm on 150%, so I don't mind. So, and the thing is, the only thing we did is that we registered the error handler, the one who handles the error, and this is a built-in one, and I can show you what it does. But first, let's say a plugin doesn't have this, right? And it throws an error. So if we don't have the error handler, and we run the plugin again, we can of course throw an exception, right? And the platform will know that it was us who did who screwed up. So right, and we get the same thing, but we can't report it. So we know it's in our plugin, or the user sees it. Then that's the problem, right? So the user sees, oh God, I probably like this plugin, but it doesn't work, and I found it, but he can't report it to me, right? So, and then he could probably copy the stack trace and go to GitHub if the source code is open source and report it and say, ah, I did this and then this happened. But this is honestly a trouble I rarely go through myself, only for things I really, really like, right? So, but if you just have to click here, click, and then I get the error and I know exactly what happens and I can investigate it as a developer, that's pretty cool, right? And this is extremely important when you're having plugins that really do stuff, not like the key promoter. So if you have a language support, right, and you parsing and analyzing files, right, and for instance you freeze the IDE for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I rarely report bugs I find, even ones I fix in other people's products.
Yeah, right. So, and as we've seen in the ridiculous code plugin, so they wrote, oh, okay, it freezes the IDE, right? The IDE usually recognizes when a plugin freezes the UI. So, and it can give you exactly this, and it can attach all the stack traces and the thread dump so that you know where you froze the IDE, right, as the developer. But if you don't have an error reporter, then you will never know it. Okay, so let's kick it off, and then I can hopefully show you where it lands. I'm not sure if it works because it's not published yet, but it shouldn't be a problem because I have a version on the marketplace and the error should land on the marketplace. So let's see if that works. So, okay, let's throw an error here. And now we say, okay, wait, let's type something. Ooh, I did this crazy.
After all, this plugin is targeted at me specifically. Smiley face. JK.
I did this crazy thing. And I don't know what happened. So this is basically the comment that users can say, can send or can attach, right? Then, so this is how basically from the developer's point of view, right? you need to take care of certain things. So first, we got here now just a stack trace. That's the only thing because it's a simple error. If you freeze the UI, you have many more files that are attached here, like the thread dumps and the freeze stuff that you can go through. So you have the comment that the person can send along to just say, okay, I did this. And then you have the agreement, which is really important because if you would, for instance, send your error reports to an open source GitHub stuff, right? And you have some private stuff in here, that's probably not going to end well. So you want to make sure that your users understand where you send the stuff and how you use it. So if I'm sending it to Marketplace, I'm the only one who has access, and then no one else can see basically all the private stuff. And it's not really that there are usernames or stuff in there usually, right? But if you have, I don't know, maybe file stuff, and so you see certain paths that you probably are not allowed to see. So your users need to be aware of that. Okay, come on, let's report it. Thank you for your report. View report. Okay, so it wants me to sign in. Let me do that. Wait. I thought I'm already signed in. Okay. So what I do get is basically this one, right? But that's not on Marketplace. That's on our internal site where we also collect the stuff. So, but I should see it here. But the thing is, I'm not sure if it's no, it's obviously not. So it's not instantaneous. So, but I will see it basically on my Marketplace page, and then I can investigate. Okay, so that's good. All right, done. We remove the action again because we don't want it in the final code. Let's go here, get rid of that. Okay, then we can say here, add JetBrains Marketplace error handler. It wants to write something more all the time. Okay, to what? To plugin configuration. No more suggestions. Okay. Okay, so again, I forgot to do that, to write it in the changelog. Add support for JetBrains for user error reporting. User error reporting. There you go. Let's do it again. And okay. There you go. So, and that was one, I think there was another issue that someone reported. Just need to find the right window. That's not it. That's also not it. That's not it. I will find it. Just have a few million. So here we go. So we got that pull request, and there was another issue. This function does no longer work. Suppress alert for shortcut. Key promoter displays the pop-up shortcut missed. Okay. If one clicks suppress alert for this shortcut, then the key promoter continues prompting pop-up. The problem would be, okay, it's writer. Oh. Okay, so let's first check it here, and then we can see if we can run it in writer. So if I run it, okay, and let's say I open here project, and I can now press suppress this shortcut, and it goes to the suppressed list. So, okay. So this is clearly a writer issue then, and that's unfortunate. Okay, so it still works here, right? And also if I put it back up, it will appear again. So, and I can also put it like this, and if I have the structure here, right, there's no message. Okay, and this works for basically everything the same way. And the only thing where I saw, or where I could think that this goes wrong, is with certain run configurations, right? Where I try to run a program, because there the action is called like the run configuration, and it always gets a unique new name. And this was bothering me for quite a while. So let's see if we can run writer instead of IntelliJ. So no, that's not it. I want to go here. Publish token, change group, HTML fixer. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I thought I had this already. Vendor idea version publish token. Really? Writer? Writer? No. Okay, so then we could do the old thing, which is we read the documentation, or we could just ask. So I say we do both. We go to IntelliJ plugin docs here. And then we search for, oh no, we don't search for, we go to, it's not in resources, it's probably in tooling. And then we got the Gradle plugin. So setup, using snapshot, plugins, attaching sources, configuration, setting up repositories, setting up IntelliJ platform, setting up plugin dependencies, and so on. Okay, so why don't we start here? So we got that IntelliJ idea previously, parameters, dependency. Okay. We just need to run basically a run configuration, bundled plugin repositories. So this is not here. So let's check tasks second, because I think I might remember that it was here somewhere. So got task, generate parser, generate something, initialize instrument code, patch plugin, prepare sandbox, print, publish, no, run IDE. Here we go. So runs the IDE instance using currently selected IntelliJ platform with built-in plugin loaded. So I don't want to go to the sources. How to modify system properties of the run IDE task. Gradle fails. How to show log files in a sandbox. Expose. Mute. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. What on earth? Kotlin compiler throws out of memory. Java heap error. How to check latest. Okay. Custom run IDE registering. Okay, so to create a custom task with the sandbox directory specified outside the default build. No. No. ProGuard, run the IDE with the default argument provided. Okay, maybe this. By default, the Gradle plugin will use the same version of the IntelliJ platform for the IDE development instance as used for building the plugin. Using the corresponding JetBrains runtime is also the default, and so on. Running against alternate versions and types of IntelliJ platform-based IDEs. Okay, so where is that? But this is version 1. Or am I obsolete? So where is this information for version 2? Maybe here in the migration guide. Let's see. Same. Download tasks. Run IDE for UI tests. No, that's not it. Run verifiers, set up dependencies, other. Okay, so then we go here. We say new session. We simply ask, because this has also basically access to the whole documentation. So, and I think I can IntelliJ research quick. How exactly can I add a different IDE how exactly can I run my development plugin in a different IDE from the one I'm using for compiling with IntelliJ Gradle, IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin version 2x ? I want to use Rider. I think I can also provide a path to that. So here we go. Settings. Copy that. I want to use the following rider instance to run my plugin. Is that possible? Question mark. Go. Workspace, IntelliJ source, IntelliJ SDK docs. Exactly, that's what you should do. And it also has access to the latest, to the source code of the Gradle plugin. So it can, in the end, it can just look into the source code how to do that, I hope. That sounds like a big task. So, considering the right syntax for property assignment. Wow, 60k tokens. It's likely it can load. Yeah, you were not supposed to check that it can load. You should. Yes. I think you looked already. I saw you reading that.
Sorry, I was AFK. What's the prompt?
So, I'm not sure for how long you were AFK. So, I was looking at this issue here. That you can't suppress a basically the notification any longer, and it works in IDEA, but it doesn't work in Rider because the person who issued that uses Rider. So I am currently finding out how I can start basically instead of IntelliJ IDEA when I press run, just Rider. So, dependencies, IntelliJ platform, local. If you want to build against Rider 2, no, I don't want to. I just want to run it. So, we start here. Okay, yes. Use a custom run IDE. I know. Value Rider. Exactly, that's what I was remembering, but I couldn't find it in the documentation, and I tried to look. So by IntelliJ platform testing, run IDE registering, local path is this. Okay, Now, let us try that out. Here we go. And we want to go here. Does it need to be in? So use a custom run IDE task. Run it with run important. Your normal run IDE still uses. Yes, that's okay. Yes, that's also okay. It should be compatible. No, I don't want to build it. Running against writer is possible, but compatibility is still your responsibility. I know, and it should be compatible. Evidence, fine. So, okay, so I'm not sure, but I can probably put it just like this. Outer, because it's saying IntelliJ platform testing run IDE. So let's rerun Gradle and see if that's okay. Okay, and then I should be able to say Gradle run writer. There it is. So, and it should use my locally installed writer with the plugin. Let's see if that works. Here we have writer. I'm pretty sure I have not. I don't have any PyCharm. Oh, writer projects. See, I got one. Trust and open. Yep. Skip the tour. Give me the window. Let me switch to light theme so that we see the difference. Okay, Saif. Here we go. All right, so we got the plugin here. So first, I want to see help. So this is writer 2026 1.2. So the report was for 1.2. Okay, so this should be exactly the same version. Okay, and if I say like this, I get the message down here, and this, I get the message down here. And it doesn't show Explorer for some reason. That's already weird. Did the person say anything? No. Shortcut missed. Suppress for this shortcut. But it continues. That is weird. Okay, so but let's check this because we have that. It continuously prints stuff. So when I put this on the suppress list and close the existing one that's down, it works. So, and the thing is that Explorer doesn't work. So so that doesn't work. That has no shortcut. Database obviously doesn't have one either. Terminal has another one. Okay, so if we put terminal here, it's not printing new messages. So The arrow here is that Explorer is not really recognized. And I don't know why. Why can't it? And it doesn't even load basically the right one, right? So if I go to structure here and I press it enough times, I can say edit key binding and it directly goes to structure. But that does not happen for Explorer. Why is that the case? So we need to debug that because I have no clue what exactly Explorer is doing. Wait. We could have done another thing. This only works if tools, here, internal actions, UI debugger, UI inspector, we need the debugger, the action, okay. And then we can go here and say, open the Explorer. And see, this is the problem. The ID is null. But that, no, that's not the problem because I think for structure it's also null. Exactly, but so the tool window buttons are special. They're not real buttons. They are okay. Yeah, go down. So key promoter action. So analyze stripe button. That should be the one here. And then we can look into it. So let's put a breakpoint up here and debug it. Let's see if that works. So either we don't sleep tonight and just continue because I wanted to look in into the Raspberry Pi stuff, but we're still here. Okay, now let's see if I press Explorer. Ooh, I don't even get a what? Wait.
Sleep is for the weak.
Sleep is for the weak, exactly. That's the spirit. Okay, so analyze stripe.
Nah, go to bed, it is late there.
So object source. So we got basically two things here, right? Because I needed to do that for these buttons here, right? Usually it's basically how I find out that someone pressed something, did something in the IDE, right? Is that this thing is an action listener. It's not, yeah, it's an action listener, and it gets basically all the stuff that happens. So when I put a breakpoint here and so then we're here. Okay, let's see what we find. So we got this one square. Okay, so what do I do with that? So it's a mouse action because I find that out through the input. Okay, so if we look into input here, I think I see that this is of type mouse event here. Okay, so we go here, we say type mouse action, place is tool window bar, then we get the service, key promoter tip service, Okay, so if tool window bar equals place, yes, it does. Key promoter settings, is tool window buttons enabled? Yes, it should be. And then we build basically on such an action. It's not a data class, but it's similar, right? It only contains the values. Okay, so we could step in here. Wait, where are we? We were here. Key promoter action. It's a tool window. So we built this. Why did we jump? Okay. So tool window button. Okay, this is true. String tool window name is Explorer. That's okay. And action ID is, and this will go wrong. It's not wrong, it's correct. Activate Explorer tool window. So Explorer is the description. Source is tool window. And maybe I do something weird in fixed description. Let's see. Let's go in here. So, no, it's a really small thing and nothing should hit here. Description is null, no. Or description is empty, no. So we jump over here, we jump over here, we jump over here, and we do nothing. Okay, so that's not. So now we jump into the tip service. It's all good still. So we get the stats and the settings. So and something. Okay, so let's see. So action is not null. Action is valid. It's true. Stat service is suppressed. Action. No. So that then the other thing is, okay, so if we're in presentation mode, we don't show anything. If we're in distraction free mode, we don't show anything. If the user has set this, so disable in presentation mode, false, and disable in distraction free mode, false. And I think this should check basically if we're in is distraction free mode. Okay, yeah, exactly. So we check if the user has set that it doesn't that they don't want to be disturbed in distract free mode. And if we're in distract free mode and the user has set it, then we do nothing. So, and then we got snooze notifier is snoozed. No, it's not because we use it. Or if type. Where's type? Action type, we should have it here. Mouse action. No. So, okay, so we should not go in here. Exactly, so shortcut. There's no shortcut. But I think that was okay. So if the shortcut is not empty, then we go here. Wait, why is that? Why is that? So you see, usually it highlights basically the branch it takes. So why is that the case here? String util dot is empty shortcut. It's true. So why would it jump here? This is true. So this is false. Okay, let's see. No, it didn't. Okay, so I was wrong highlighting. So else, okay, so if we don't have it, we say string idea action ID. Activate Explorer tool window. Without shortcut stats. Okay, we can look into that. Without shortcut stats, it's 1. So, okay, we need to check this. So I'm wondering why the Explorer in Outrider doesn't have a shortcut. Put if absent, without shortcut steps, idea action ID, without shortcut stats, get action ID plus 1. Okay, so we put it in if it's empty, and then we just increase it by 1. Key promoter settings, get proposed to create shortcut. So, and then we just do the check. Okay, so I mean, that's the usual behavior, right? So I never took care. So you can't, okay, so you have one global setting that says, okay, do you want to be informed that you can create a shortcut? And if you set it to true, then you get this notification. So the problem I have now is that for the Explorer, there doesn't seem to be an entry. So ask to create shortcut. So title, want to create a shortcut. And this is the action. Ask to create shortcut. Set icon, so edit key map action and add suppressed tip action. The weird thing is that that it never gets into the...
Okay, I'm gonna take off for the night.
Yes. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great night.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you. Let's see.
Oh, and I sent a friend request on Discord.
Ooh, you did? Ooh. Oh yeah, got it. Pending. Accept. Thank you.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, you're not in the, so you need to come to the, wait, if you haven't left already, wait, give me one tiny second and then you can leave and go to bed. Here we go. So because we got this thing, right? Of course it doesn't work. What? Yeah, sure it doesn't work. So reply commands. So wait, I try again. Socials. I can't do it. If I do it myself, it doesn't work. What? Okay, so we got a Discord server. That's what I wanted to say. And it's here. Wait, I'll copy it. Discord is that one. And I'm pretty sure you're not in it. So this one. That's the invite. Yes, and you're not in it yet. Okay, be sure to apply only one instance of chat timers. Okay. Yes, enable here. Okay, here. So what I don't understand is if I type socials.
Enjoying the stream? Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Blue Sky so you don't miss new streams, videos, and updates. You can also join the Discord chat to hang out with the community. YouTube, Twitch, X, Blue Sky, Discord. Enjoying the stream? Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Blue Sky so you don't miss new streams, videos, and updates. You can also join the Discord chat to hang out with the community. YouTube, http.
Okay, we got that. Okay, propose to create, so get idea without shortcut. Okay, so we're not here. Tip service, show tip. Key promoter action, and here, so that should be fine. Key promoter action. my shortcut is not set. So what does show tip do? Okay, so let's see. We got this here. And I don't know why it doesn't show the Explorer stuff. So, okay. I recognize that. So, so the only thing I can think of is tool is Explorer, that one. Activate Explorer window, activate bookmarks window, and for some reason so it really knows that this is a structure, but for some reason the Explorer doesn't do it. So version control also works. And if I put it here, it doesn't show anymore. Okay. Okay, so right now, I don't know what to do here because the Explorer is kind of screwed up, but that's the only button. Okay, I know what to do. We go here and say, thanks for the report. Unfortunately, I can't reproduce your behavior. Maybe not your behavior, but maybe the behavior you described. There is one. Okay, so I used the same writer version you were using, and I can suppress shortcuts. The only weird thing I found is that the Explorer tool window doesn't seem to work. To work with the key promoter while all the other tool windows are fine. I get prompted when I click them. I can suppress them, and I can unsuppress them. Could you do me a favor and post the following? Okay, so maybe a favor only with an O. Yeah, an O. Following further information. For what buttons, actions do you see the wrong behavior? Oh, I can't spell. Or is it not working at all for you? Question mark. Can you send a screenshot of your key promoter tool window? Question mark. Okay, so, and I think another thing could be important. So we can simply delete the stuff. That should also work. So help where are the locks? Collect logs and diagnostic data. No, I want to see where the logs are. Capture, show log and files. Yeah. Okay, so log run writer. Ah, okay, so it's in the sandbox. Well, that probably doesn't help much, right? Okay, so we got that, and then there should be plugins. Key promoter, lib, no. Then it's not here. It's probably in config. Plugins, run writer. Yeah, so it's possible they config extensions. Key promoter X statistics. So can we open that in a text editor? Activate project tool window, activate structure tool window. That's the ones we have. Okay, let's go ahead. Maybe I'm just wrong here. Let's close that down. And what does the settings say? It's okay. Settings can stay. Let's see if I can simply no, I want to really delete it. Yes. So okay, let's do that, because it's possible that it's clashing. It seems to use the same config directory and it can clash probably. So system directory config log. Okay, so it's not an error, right? It's just telling me. Ah, it's probably the wrong one. Okay, so wait. Let me see. So config writer, config run writer, and then we got options, and then we got key promoter X statistics, open a text file. So we got terminal version control and structure, and there is no entry for Explorer for some unknown reason. So let's kick that again. Then we start it again. So let's see. Yes, good. No, not good. Okay, so I don't know what I did there. Exit. Let's debug it once more and open with text editor. Okay. And if I do that, hello? Did I suppress the oh yeah, I did suppress all the breakpoints. That's a good one. Boom. Okay. So key promoter action. Something is wrong here. So why doesn't it know the shortcut? That's the question. Okay, that's the real question. Wait, let's go here, and I'm just pressing structure view. Wait, what? Okay. So we got the same action performed, instances mouse action. Go here. KP action. So it does know the shortcut here. So maybe the error is here. Let's continue running. And then stop here again. And at this point, we create the action, and we should stop here. So it's tool. So, and then we say something like action get template text. And this says structure. Okay, so this is good. And then we say, okay, so if the template text is not null, then we take it and replace every white space around it. Otherwise, we return just the empty string. And this is what happens for the Explorer, and I don't know why. So this is good because we got the tool window name, and then we can say my action ID is no, I want it to go here. Activate tool window. Okay. So we only do that for the tool windows, and it's so hacky, but they are not real buttons, so they kind of don't have these things. Okay, so we got that. Now let's continue running, and let me press Explorer again. We stop here. It's a tool window, and now I want to know what action get template text says. It says Explorer. And then the action ID is activate Explorer tool window. Okay. And it doesn't have a shortcut. Get keyboard shortcuts text. So what does this do? Yeah, of course it's so. Okay. I think here could be a problem. What is it? What did I do here? Oh, it's only almost 10 years old. Erase stream. Get all the shortcuts, I think. Filter shortcut is keyboard. To array. And it needs to be, so in Java, whatever 21, there should be an easier way to do that, I'm pretty sure. So shortcut length is 0. So can I do active keymap dot get shortcuts of my idea action ID? So 0. So this is not the right action ID, but if I say here, get the shortcuts for activate structure. Oh, it needs to be an ID, does it? No, it's a string. Structure tool window. Oh, why is it underlined? Okay, we don't know. So we get this one. and that's okay. So what does it say here for project in writer? Okay, so this calls for some more ice. Use an action ID to access the key map of IDE and find possible shortcuts. So this is kind of annoying. And what happens if you have, so does every IDE get its own config? Yeah, I think so. Right, so it shouldn't be a problem. So can we fix that upstream somewhere? So if it's a tool window, if tool button, okay, so if tool window buttons is enabled, we say okay. Oh, why is it complaining about replace all? Replace, okay. Every place is wrong here because I don't want to put writer specific stuff in here. Okay, so I mean, what is it supposed to do? What? I don't know. So if we say action.get template text, this is Explorer, okay? So Get synonyms. Okay, no. All right, so let's simply say we use that here. Template text. So the first thing we do is if writer. I don't know how to find it out, but we can just ask here. Okay, so thanks. What is the shortest and most pragmatic way in the IntelliJ platform to test if the to test in a plugin if the IDE that is running is writer? Question mark. Go. I will grab some ice and I'm back in a tiny second. And we're back. So, okay, so what does it say? All right, use the public product code. Application info get instance. Build product code is RD. Okay, exactly, that's what we're going to do. All right, so why is everything right here? So if writer equals application info dot product code get instance dot get major version. It's not here already. No, get build. Get product code. Okay. Like this. And template text. And okay, so this is so hacky, but I don't know how to do this better. We're here, right? Okay, so action, action, and action, and action. Template text is action get template text. Action get template text. This is Explorer without anything around it. And Explorer equals template text. Then we say template text is project, exactly like this. So let's see if that fixes it. Explorer. So, okay, key bindings. Now it's on Explorer. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, and we can suppress it, which also works. Okay, perfect. So I'm using Java something 21, I think. So I want to replace that here. So if it's keyboard shortcuts only, then we do this, otherwise that. So, okay, so first thing is we can use this here and say shortcut list. Okay, so now we can say we keep it like this, can completely remove that, and here we simply filter shortcuts. We don't even need that. So do that, call that here shortcuts, and like this. So, and this array stream is not necessary anymore, I'm pretty sure. So I just don't know how it works in Java. So let's do this and say filter, stream, filter. Still okay. Let me is there a better way in Java 21 to do this? What? Why, what? Stream directly into the filtered string. Oh, this code is so old. 2017. That's pretty much close to 10 years. So string builder, and then we go through all the shortcuts, and we take a shortcut. We just build the thing. Okay, yeah. Probably better to just map it. So it suggests to say shortcut stream. And I think so we still need the settings, do we? Maybe we can do that here. So shortcut stream, okay. Arrays stream, active key map, my action ID. And where exactly do I? So we need the active key map here and the settings here. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so, and then we can say, yeah, we got it already. We can simply, and we keep the stream all over. So we can get rid of this. Right. So, and we don't need to do that because if the stream is empty, we're good. We say like this. Okay. Combining one or more shortcuts. Okay, so that looks good. Let's see. Do we have anything that is... Okay, we can simply try it out here. It should work. Okay, so that works. Exit. Okay, we have that. So let's quickly give this a... Okay, so what I want to do is I want to finish the answer here. So it's not here, it's somewhere else. So we got it here. Right, can you send screenshot? What you could also try is to remove or temporarily move your key promoter statistics. You find it if when you go to so I think it's settings, help, you find it in writer. Help, then there was something with diagnostics. I think that's not here, right? No, we have here open log, so it's only in writer that they squeezed everything into one. Okay. Diagnostic tools, and then show log in files. In this log directory, not in, so from this log directory, you find the key promoter settings. Pretty easy. So let's see. We do it here. Diagnostic tools, show in files. So it's here, and then it's in config. So it's one directory up, then config, options, and then it's called key promoter X statistics, and then it's called key promoter X statistics.xml. All your entries will be gone, but maybe there was something else wrong. Okay, no, I need another thing. I need a screenshot from settings. Here you go, settings, and then is it in tools? Key promoter X. Can you send a screenshot of settings, tools, key promoter X? Question mark. Okay. So I think that's it. So let's fix the okay. Close writer. Come on, before you remove it. Before you remove the file. Okay, come on, it's good enough. So, okay, let's move that over. We can close this down on that. So okay, now so let's do this. This is green, otherwise looks good. Okay, let's commit that first. Only that one. Simplify some very old code. So now we got that. I think we can keep it, but we will. So let me check key promoter action first. For some reason I turned off the version control highlighting. So where do I find that? Or maybe directly under gutter. Is there something? Gutter icons? No. No. Changed lines. That's all on. But if I change something here, so it's not here. Code style, inspections, live templates, files, inlay hints. Natural reader. Where is it? Quick lists. I don't know. I turn it off. I'm very sure. So, and if I do this here, there should be configure gutter icons, settings, confirmation, gutter indicator background, gutter VCS change. but maybe I did something turn off in a registry. Change width. IDE debug gutter area. No. Oh, here. So where is it now? In version control and confirmation. When files are created, ask. Okay, so changes. So why is that on the gutter? Apply. So that's the one we wanted. Okay. So now we see what we did here. So we implemented that thing, which is not beautiful, but it seems to work. So let's...
Enjoying the stream? Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Blue Sky so you don't miss new streams, videos, and updates.
Okay, so
you can also join the Discord chat to hang out with the community.
Fix
YouTube, Twitch, X, Blue Sky, Discord.
Explore.
Enjoying the stream? Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Blue Sky so you don't miss new streams, videos, and updates. You can also join the Discord chat to hang out with the community. YouTube, http.
Okay, so we can put that in. Fix. No, we can't yet because we want to put that here. Fix writer explorer issue where the tool window button didn't show up in key promoter. Okay, got that. So now let's look on Gradle, and I don't want to look on the diff. I want to see here because we put it just somewhere, and I think we should put that way down, maybe here. Run config for writer. Okay, add run IDE config for writer commit. Okay, so we have that. So let's run not this, but verify plugin. So what's the things here? Yeah, notification group and key promoter X. Application configurable. Display name. So if we look, Okay, let me take this. Just copy it. Let's see if I can post that. Give me one tiny minute. You can look on my face in the meantime. Okay, got it. So, compatible, 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 compatible. Okay, perfect. Then we can, I think, go here and say this is now version 2026.2. I don't know. What's the version, the official one right now? About? Still 1. Okay. Then it's 1.1. And that should be it. What do we say for... So this is IntelliJ platform. This is okay. That seems fine. So we don't have a max version, right? We only have a since build and not a until build. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. Then okay, got that. And then we can probably go here and say, let's check actions. Let's see if that works. What does it say here? Verify plugin. That won't. Error failed. Oh, no, it didn't. It was still me because we used some internal stuff. So that should be fine now. Okay. So, okay. Now we can close that down. And I wanted to do some Raspberry Pi stuff as well, but it's probably too late already. So let me see if I at least have the... So I think I got a small project. Demo Blink, Raspberry Pi Blink RP. This is probably it. Right, let's open that up. Okay. So how was that? So I had the Raspberry Pi Pico SDK here, and this is just one file. Perfect. And I needed this config in order to use the debug probe, I think. That was required. That was in the manual, right? And then we have this. Okay. Let's see. No, that's not a root. Apply. Okay. Let's wait until all the plugins are downloaded. There you go. So, and I think this was just a standard blink thingy. Endless loop, yeah, it's usually like that. Okay, so it's already verifying the plugin. Okay, so let's give me another minute break, and maybe we can. Oh, how do I do that? Like this? Yeah, and then we can probably at least have a tiny look.